Good
evening, everyone, and welcome to the November the 23rd Brant County Council meeting. We have a very full agenda. It's full of turns and twists. It could go very well or it could go completely off the rails. So I'm looking forward to whichever way it turns. First thing on our agenda is obviously the attendance. I see that everyone's here, but I'm going to still do it just because of the format. Councillor Wheat.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor McAlpine.
Present.
Councillor LaFerriere.
Here.
Councillor Howes.
Here.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Pierce.
Here.
Councillor Chambers.
Right here.
Yep. Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Here.
And Councillor Gatward.
Present.
Thank you. We're all here. Second thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, noting there's an addendum. There's going to be 2 recommendations coming out of the addendum. Anything else anyone wants to add to the agenda? Seeing none. Councillor Bell? Do you want to move the agenda?
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gatwood that the County of Brant Council agenda and addendums for November 23rd, 2021 be approved with an amendment to the order of business to have item 9.2 moved for consideration after the in-camera session.
Thank you. Everyone's clear. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Third thing on the agenda is the declaration of pecuniary interests. If you have one, maybe you could declare it now. If it sneaks up on you later, please make sure you let us know.
Mr. Mayor, I'll declare under item 4.2, and then I'll also,
Yep.
4.2, then I'll
Yep.
declare too, when we get to the shared services agreement, I'd like to declare under the John Noble home part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Any other declarations of pecuniary interests? Seeing none. All those in favor? Recognizing Councillor Miller, thank you. We'll now go to number 4 on the agenda, 4.1, which is Tara Buchanan and Caitlin Harvey. I believe they're here and I think they have a presentation. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. You're up.
Okay. My name is Tara and Caitlin is also here with me. We are representing the Bridge Brant. So I do believe that we sent you the not updated version of our presentation, but it's pretty similar. So we'll just go over the changes. So we just wanted to let you know about the harms of conversion therapy. And we're here representing the Bridge. I don't know if everybody knows the Bridge, but it is a grassroots organization in Brant and Brant County, or the County of Brant, that really work to address any inequities in service to the LGBTQ2S+, so queer communities in the area. We can go to the next slide. Do I control it or does somebody else switch the slides?
I'm not sure who's controlling your presentation. Heather, do you have it there?
I do. Isn't it on the next slide already?
Yep.
Oh, I froze. I'm sorry. I froze.
All right.
So conversion therapy or conversion practices.
Oh, Terry, you're frozen again. Hello.
Oh, it seems like Tara has dropped off, so I can continue her, and I can do her slides as well.
Thank you.
Caitlin. So conversion therapy or conversion therapy practices, also known as reparative therapy, reintegrative therapy, or aversion therapy, are any treatment, practice, or sustained effort that has the effect of denying, repressing, discouraging, or changing a person's non-heterosexual sexual orientation, non-cisgender gender identity, or gender expression, or any behaviors associated with a gender other than the person's sex assigned at birth. So it's stemming from the medicalization of disease, sexual and gender identities in the late 19th century, talk therapy, behavioral or aversion therapies, group therapies, drug-induced treatment. So those are all the different modalities of conversion therapy over time. So next slide. Yes, harms. Okay, thank you. So in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association issued a position statement which reaffirmed earlier scientific findings and stated that no trustworthy research evidence exists that any mental health intervention can reliably and safely change sexual orientation, nor from a mental health perspective does sexual orientation need to be changed. So conversion therapy has been widely denounced as harmful and unethical by dozens of major medical, health, and human rights organizations around the world, including the World Health Organization, World Psychiatric Association, Pan American Health Organization, Canadian Psychological Association, Canadian Psychiatric Association, Canadian Pediatric Society, Canadian Association of Social Workers, American Medical Association, Human Rights Campaign, and Amnesty International. So at the last count, there was over 60 professional health organizations or associations that have denounced this practice. It has been well established that there is no credible or valid scientific research that indicates you can change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. Rather, what research does tell us is how these change efforts can have devastating impacts on its victims, including increased anxiety, depression, self-hatred, compromised mental health, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicide or suicidal thoughts, and many other lifelong psychological and social issues. So next slide. So this is just one example. So Leela Alcorn was born in Ohio, and after coming out as trans at 14, was put into conversion therapy to align with their sex assigned at birth, and they died by suicide on December 28th, 2014. After leaving a very telling letter on social media. So this was a very prominent case in the media because she did leave a very long public suicide note. So that was just one example we wanted to spotlight for you. So next slide. So at the federal level, in March 2020, Bill C-8 was introduced for the first reading in the House of Commons. Bill C-8 proposed 5 new criminal code offenses related to conversion therapy. So causing a minor to undergo conversion therapy, removing a minor from Canada to undergo conversion therapy abroad, causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against their will, profiting from providing conversion therapy, and advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy. So in August 2020, Parliament was prorogued, which stopped all committee work and future consideration of pending legislation, including Bill C-8. Upon resumption of Parliament, identical legislation was introduced, which is Bill C-6. It is anticipated that Bill C-6 will be sent to the Justice Committee for public deliberation and consideration of potential amendments. At the provincial and territorial level, the provinces of Ontario, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island have specific legislation in place already. So the provincial laws focus on protecting minors from conversion therapy performed by regulated health professionals. And New Brunswick, Quebec, and Yukon Territory have recently introduced similar draft legislation. The provincial legislation in most cases has focused on prohibiting conversion therapy among regulated health professionals, restricting funding, billing, and insurable services, and only extend limited protections to minors. The limitations of these regulations allow conversion therapy practices to continue to target adults, including vulnerable and young adults. It also means that conversion therapy practices continue to occur in unregulated professions and within community or faith-based contexts. So perhaps surprisingly, or perhaps not, some of the most robust approaches against conversion therapy have come at the municipal level, with prohibition bylaws in several cities and counties across Canada. The City of Vancouver was the first municipality in Canada to pass legislation prohibiting conversion therapy as part of licensed business practices in 2018. In 2019, the County of Strathcona became the second Canadian municipality to pass a prohibition bylaw. Although the province of Alberta has not passed provincial legislation, the province has been a leader for conversion therapy legislation at the municipal level, with Edmonton, St. Albert, the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, or what we usually call Fort McMurray, the town of Rocky Mountain House, Spruce Grove, Calgary, and Lethbridge all having passed prohibition bylaws. In August 2018, the City of Montreal passed a declaration unanimously condemning conversion therapy and encouraged the government of Canada to criminalize conversion therapy and for the government of Quebec to take all necessary measures to end conversion therapy in the province. In January 2020, the City of St. John, New Brunswick introduced a notice of motion to direct their administration to prepare options for action to address conversion therapy. In April 2020, Saskatoon became the first municipality in Saskatchewan to vote in favor of creating a conversion therapy prohibition bylaw. And the City of Kingston is currently reviewing a proposed bylaw, and it is set to be brought back before council in January of 2022. Excuse me. And in the North American context, there's many jurisdictions throughout the United States that have some level of protections or bylaws in place. And so some of the states where those protections are in place include California, Colorado, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Utah, Virginia, Vermont, Washington, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. And then at a global level, Malta and Germany have criminalized conversion therapy practices across their countries. And so next slide. So our ask to you is that given the aforementioned harms of conversion therapy, we ask that this committee prohibit conversion therapy across the county of Brant. And that's it. Mark?
Through the chair, once the chair declares.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
There we go. Councillor Ferrier.
Thank you. And I want to thank Tara and Caitlin for accepting the invite to come and present today on this. This is a important topic, and I know there's a lot of federal irons in the fire on this, as you alluded to, but sometimes I think folks can think that this sort of thing is a very big city problem and not something that happens here. But I just want to read from some pamphlets that I was able to collect from a local organization that did do some social service work as well as.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Are we in deliberations, or is Councillor Ferrier asking a question on this?
I was going to ask a question. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
I think he was going to ask a question.
Okay. It seemed like a long roundabout. Okay.
Wouldn't be the first or the last person to do so on this council. But what I will say is this: I'll just get to the question and forget about the prepared statement. I'll do that later. I'm willing, if it so pleases the speakers, to make a recommendation or to ask staff to look at a recommendation and do some research on this on best practices. I just your ask was for us to prohibit, and we tend not to just do so on the say so of a presentation. So I'm just wondering if you're aware of that process and if you're okay with that process. To see if this comes back to council with a recommendation from staff, and I'll get into deliberations after.
Thank you, Councillor. I think at this point, the best thing to do would be just to receive his information and let staff decide the best way to get to what we want to do. But as you said, I don't think we can do anything just on a presentation right out of the blue like this. It's a very serious and a very real issue, and it needs to have some thought, and it needs to have some, we need to know more about everything before we can do anything. So at this point, I'm looking for a motion to receive his information. Councillor Wheat, Councillor Bell, knowing that something will happen and we will get back to the delegation. It's not that we're not doing anything. It's just, it's too much information and it's too serious of a topic for us to just do something off the cuff like this. So I have it on the floor. I have a seconder. All those in favor to receive his information, please. No one's opposed. Thank you, Caitlin and Tara, for coming tonight. Sorry you got cut off there, Ms. Buchanan, but we know you were with us in spirit. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. We'll move on to 4.2, please. Jennifer Miller, John Noble Home. Jennifer, you're here. And we recognize the conflict for Councillor Miller, which he's already declared. I'm sure they're just changing names on their camera. There she is. Hi, Jennifer.
Oh,
The floor is yours, Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I share my screen? Oh, she's got it. Okay, fabulous. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to provide another update to all in regards to the John Noble Home new build. So next slide, please. So the last time we provided an update, I had given you the information that our community management had asked us to explore what the feasibility would be of adding a second floor to our new build such that it would be able to accommodate a long-term care unit. So when we were in the process of exploring that, we had our architect looked at various reasons or how we would do that. And he did explain to us that it would be significantly, it would have a significantly higher cost due to the fact that we would have to move from wood frame to steel construction. We would have to, if we had built the unit on at a later date, we would be ripping off a brand new roof. We would have to relocate HVAC modules, as well as disrupting residents on the floor below. So the architect at this time suggested not to proceed with building the design such that a new floor could be added at a later date. Next slide, please. So, but in addition, while we were exploring that, the Ministry of Long-Term Care did put out a call for proposals for long-term care beds. So should we decide to go this route or should we take advantage of this call, then we would be able to apply for more bed licenses for this. Then we'd also be able to access subsidies, funding subsidies for the second floor, very similar to the first floor. And we would also be able to access debenture subsidies for the 25-year debenture, should we go that route. As well, the timing of the call for beds allows us such that bed proposals would be accepted right up to December 31st of this year. And they would be allowing acceptances of new beds early in 2022. So because of this timing, it wouldn't significantly affect the construction schedule of the behavioral support unit. Next slide, please. So should we have the opportunity to build another unit at this time during construction of the behavioral support unit, it would actually meet another pressing need within the community. So within the community, there are long-term care residents who require complex care, such as tracheostomies or other chronic care conditions, who are refused access to regular long-term care units and are transferred to the hospital and remain there. Basically because regular long-term care units lack sufficient staff or expertise to care for residents with chronic care conditions. And while there are fewer of them with these needs in the community, such as opposed to behavioral units, they do remain in hospital longer, often staying there years, and they're taking up precious healthcare resources and dollars and where they could be cared effectively for in a long-term care unit. Next slide, please. So as I've told you earlier, as regards to financial considerations, so should the home be successful in obtaining the 20-bed award, we would be able to apply for similar construction funding subsidies, which would be a one-time capital, as well as similar subsidies to assist with debenture payments. However, additional capital would be required. The home would then submit a request also for additional operational funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care to offset any additional expenses operationally. And should this proposal be successful, then we would provide to you a revised construction budget and a funding request to the City of Brantford and the County of Brant for consideration. Next slide. So our request is at the request of the Committee of Management, the home is seeking support for a redevelopment option to go from 20 to 40 beds through the addition of a second floor unit. Next slide, please. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce, you're first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Jennifer. And yeah, when you brought this to council the last time, Jennifer, I was one of the ones that said, hey, you know what, let's look at the second floor now. My question is, in the discussions as far as, and obviously it's going to be more money and we understand that, was there any discussion as to how much it would extend the construction time?
So through the chair, I will actually just refer this to Shelley Prue, our financial manager.
Through the chair, it's not anticipated that it's going to extend the construction time in any significant amount because it is new construction. We're looking for resident admission first day of 2024, and we still feel that should the ministry make sure they award the beds in time, which is beginning of next year, it won't delay anything as far as first admission of residents.
Fantastic news. I guess my only comment, Mr. Mayor, would be that good on you for looking this way and trudge forward, because I think this is what we need, and I think this is the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Are there any other questions for Jennifer? Seeing none. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was, sometimes the timing with the ministry is not the greatest, but this happens to be such great timing. It's almost unbelievable. But I do have a motion, Mr. Mayor, that it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wheat, that the presentation from the John Noble Home be received as information, and that the County of Brant supports the application for 20 new additional resident beds through the addition of a second floor to the John Noble Home new build.
Thank you, Councillor Gatward. Are there any questions for Councillor Gatward? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification, the motion there was for 20 new beds. Now, I'm just curious here, it's actually a total of 40 new beds. Does the motion need to say 40 new beds? Because in essence, all 40 beds are new. So I just want to make sure we got the verbiage correct.
Yeah, Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Pierce. 20 beds have already been approved by the ministry.
Okay.
And so the new request is for the new call for additional beds.
Perfect.
So it's a separate request for 20 new additional beds. And because the numbers are similar, it does make it a little sometimes confusing, but it will be for a total of 40, but 20 are already approved. We're
That's all
asking
I'm looking for is that number 40. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gatward.
Thank you.
You're
Are there any other questions to Councillor Gatward? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried, and thank you. Jennifer, before you leave, we do have something here as an addition on our addendum. People might not know, but the John Noble Home just went through a Accreditation Canada review, which is a very difficult process, and it has hundreds of different check marks that you have to comply with before you can get this accreditation. And I went through it when I was on the board at Brantwood, and it's a very, very painstaking time for the staff and for the people that are running any kind of an agency, because it's just hundreds and hundreds of things, and all you have to do is miss a couple of things and you don't get 100%, and that's very unsettling when you work so hard. But we do have this because John Noble Home Administrator Jennifer Miller and staff have achieved the highest standard from the Accreditation Canada as exemplary, with love and care and dignity from the peers. So I have this for you, Jennifer.
Thank
If you
you.
can see it or not.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It's an amazing feat that you've done, because I mean, during a pandemic, long-term care residents, for you to get this anytime is amazing. During these times is incredible, and it's a testament to what you do there. With all the troubles and tribulations we have sometimes with joint services, it is a pleasure to be on joint services at the John Noble Home. Councillor Gatward, you do a wonderful job chairing the joint services. Jennifer, obviously you do a remarkable job according to everyone now, not just us. And it's a pleasure to sit on that board. So thank you for all you do. And the next time I run into you, I will give you this. And I'm just looking for a motion to acknowledge and receive this to Jennifer. Councillor Pierce and Councillor Coleman, all those in favor? And again, thank you, Jennifer, and your staff for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. We're now going to go to 4.3. Ben from the GSP Group, 3 Yeoman Street in Paris. I know that Ben is here because I saw him earlier. There he is. Hello, Ben.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're up. Do you have a presentation?
I do, yeah. Joe, I don't know if you're here either, but our planner Joseph is also to be joining. But I'll get started.
Okay, he's here. He's on mute. I don't know who's controlling your presentation, whether you're doing it. Oh, somebody's doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's fine.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having us. Obviously, we're excited about potential of the Walker Press building. What you're looking at here is basically a proposal that we put together to county planning department. I think everyone is excited about the direction that we're taking the building, but we just are kind of working through a couple of planning challenges, specifically parking on site, as there is none. So that's kind of the big challenge. But I'm just going to go through this presentation quickly. There's more to it if you want to get into anything a little more in depth, and then we can chat about the specifics after. But so just from a high level, Forge and Foster is our group. We're a real estate investment management company based out of Hamilton, but we got a few properties in Brant County now. Our first one was 111 Sherwood Drive in Brantford, Ontario, called the Cordage Building. We've kind of done there what we'd like to do here, and that's really fill it up with kind of like emerging small business, creative kind of maker space, and really build a community first type property. And I think we've been quite successful with that Sherwood site, and certainly have quite a bit more to accomplish there. But the next 6 months are going to be big, with a couple of large tenants moving in the kind of the last few vacant spaces. And like I said, I feel like we could do pretty much the same thing here with this Walker Press building. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with the building, but it's got a pretty interesting history, one that we'd like to kind of honor and recognize. And there's been a pretty interesting kind of article about the history of the building. It's just posted in I think it was the Paris Expositor. And so we'll hopefully be able to contribute to that. But it's kind of like our final vision for the site. Obviously, in conversations just about the parking, like we're going to have to figure out some opportunities for parking spaces along the front here. But I mean, we're pretty pro outdoor space and patio space areas. But for us, like the bones of the building are perfect for kind of more retail commercial type uses, with quite a bit of demand today for that brick and beam type space, which this building has in abundance. And so this is our kind of preliminary concept plan for the building. We're thinking kind of the stuff along Willow and Yeo to be more of that retail kind of walk in the door type business. I mean, there's quite a lot of residential properties in the area. And so I'm sure we'll have a lot of foot traffic from those groups. And then the stuff in the back would be more of like we call it flex industrial in the office, where it's not quite labeled as any kind of particular type of asset, but it's just kind of that flexible kind of creative space that kind of any tenant could kind of jump in and utilize. These ones having some access off the back onto the alleyway there. Kind of big, kind of open space, good for a bunch of different uses. So that's the first floor. The second floor here, we envision and actually have quite a bit of interest in it, but we're envisioning stuff like office space. There's a portion of the building that's been residential for a long period of time. And then stuff like yoga studios or a fitness center or something like that to go into those areas up there. So all local businesses, all kind of bringing kind of the local employees to the building, really supporting the community and supporting the residential development that's going on in the area. And so that's kind of the vision for the layout and the type of uses. For us, I think maybe what we didn't do at Sherwood as much was we really wanted to kind of reach out to the community and get their thoughts in terms of like what they would like to see at the building. We have seen a lot of interest in leasing, probably the most amount of interest we've ever had for a new property, to be honest. And honestly, the community feedback that we've had for this building has far outpaced any new build or any new property that we've purchased. And so that's super exciting to see. And we got a lot of feedback similar to what we had envisioned for the site, where kind of looking for that kind of multi-purpose space, something to support small business and bring in kind of more commercial retail type uses. And so we're pretty happy with the feedback that we got from the community. So I mentioned challenges a bit. There's quite a bit of language here that we don't have to get into, but primarily the challenge for us and for county planning is to figure out the parking requirements for the site. And so we've gone through a few kind of iterations with county planning, and our latest stab at it is here. Is basically this. So our vision and right now what we're kind of ongoing is we're knocking down a portion of the building at the back of the property here to allow for about 5 spots to be there for kind of servicing kind of the back area and be for more staff or employees of the businesses in the building. We would love to see some more parking along Willow. There's currently street parking, but just kind of the way it's oriented in terms of horizontal kind of access along Willow, we feel we could kind of capitalize on more parking there if we could kind of stagger, and then at least it opens up a little bit more room on Willow to have people kind of going in and out, and we envision this as kind of more the servicing the retail and commercial along Willow, as well as a few parking spots on Yeo. And so that's kind of the latest plan. We've also approached a few different groups within the county, including Brant Transit. There's a kind of a transit program that's ongoing for employers to assist with kind of some parking, basically parking shuttle services, and we feel like we could really contribute to that current county offering. We have kind of broached the idea with county planning about renting some of the downtown municipal lots and using those for staff for the businesses, and then running that shuttle service back and forth from the downtown parking infrastructure that's there. And then there's also basically a number of parking areas in the area that we could tie into as well, including a few municipal lots under the same arrangement. And so that's kind of really the last hurdle that we have to get over with county planning, is just figuring out the parking spots and issuing. But obviously we're challenged a little bit just with the footprint of the building versus the available parking. And so yeah, that's kind of a brief just overview of our plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ben. First question is from Councillor House.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of comments, but I promise it will lead to a couple of questions. First, I wanted to say thanks to Ben for doing everything possible to preserve this historic building in our community. We genuinely appreciate it when property developers take the time to do that. You've asked for and received ideas from the community on new uses for this building. All of the ideas were great. People who are watching your presentation tonight may not understand the math calculations that indicate that a building of that size requires over 100 parking spots. And that's an important detail when looking at the challenges and the opportunities. Most of the ideas that the community suggested to you about uses for the building were great, but most of those ideas create scenarios where potentially 100 or more employees and customers will need to get themselves to the building. You've noted those challenges. You offered up several, I think it was 8 different parking mitigation ideas to either create some parking or promote options whereby people don't arrive in their own cars. Back in the day, say 50, 75, and even more years ago, the Walker Press, the people, when lots of people worked in the Walker Press, many of those people walked to work. Pardon the pun on the Walker Press. But times have changed, and I don't share your confidence that you can convince the employees and visitors that they should arrive on foot or via transit. Instead, even if all of your parking mitigation ideas are implemented, all 8 of them, I still envision scenarios where 50 or more cars are still trying to find street parking on the streets around the building, which has a potential to be very frustrating for the residents of the flats. I also have concerns about traffic jams on Walnut Lane as people try to access whatever numbers of parking spots are available. I don't believe our roads department would support a scenario where Walnut Lane is used heavily for commercial parking lot access. So here's my question.
Thank you.
I noticed that you have already started tearing down some of the old metal portion of the building that faces Walnut Lane. You mentioned that in your presentation. I drove by it yesterday. Have you considered removing more of the metal portion of the building that is furthest from Yeo Street? Because it's the size of the building footprint that determines how many parking spots you require. That's in your presentation. It occurs to me that if your building was 30% smaller, you would achieve 2 things. You would gain room for parking, and you would also receive a new, smaller calculation of the number of parking spots that would be required.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. We have done a preliminary assessment on kind of what could come down, and yeah, I mean, it just becomes a feasibility assessment at some point. So we're right now with what we have, it's not really tied to the infrastructure of the building. There's really no kind of structural concerns to the portion that's coming down right now. If we were to expand, then there'd be kind of new interior demising walls that would need to be put up. We'd be getting into more of the structural issues, and basically just having to rebuild exterior walls. And so at that point, obviously the costs are quite a bit higher, and then just the value of the property on a smaller footprint, it doesn't quite match up. That being said, I think like some deeper analysis. This is kind of just like our internal assessments, but we can kind of look into those a little bit further if that's direction we have to go. But I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned that given the current planning and just parking requirements for a building like this, that being kind of I think I can't remember, Joe, off the top of my head, but it's somewhere in like around 150 plus parking spots. Like we're never going to hit those numbers on site. Even if we were to take down 30% of the building, we'd still be short, and then we just feasibility aside, we need to go further, and so I think really this just becomes a question of whether any developer is going to run into the same issues that we're having, so it becomes a question of kind of what can we do as a county to keep an old building. And I, for one, I think would like to call attention to the success of like the downtown plan, where the commercial corridor there does kind of quite I think kind of zero parking requirements for a lot of the commercial buildings that are down there. And just the success of the downtown growth, I think kind of shows that. And I think just moving forward with the type of communities that we're trying to build here in Ontario, I think less cars and more walkability and more uses serving the local residences are better. So that's kind of the vision that we're going for. And I think if we can lean on the success of that kind of downtown commercial corridor with the parking requirements outlined there, then we can keep an old building and really create a nice community there.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor Ferrier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ben. Ben, thanks so much for presenting, and hello to the dog. I met the dog recently, and I could hear him in the background. My thing here is that I'm not worried about this not being a success. I'm worried about it being too much of one. I'm a little worried about the success of the Wincy without the parking solution that the Wincy had with it. Of your ideas, with the exception of the partnership with the plaza on the corner of Willow and William, all of them have come with sort of significant issues that I think we see maybe as members of council, and we will see things like Walnut Lane's capacity only being small and only being one direction at a time. And with the angled parking piece, we've been getting rid of some, and you're proposing some more on an arterial street because of some of the issues we've had with the angled parking. By my count, this is my question, you said you need 156 spots according to sort of planning best practices. But how would it look from a council point of view if we were to approve a space that is supposed to require 156 spots and you're proposing 13 and some mitigation, plans? Maybe my question is how would you explain that to folks? And two, what do you think is an actual number, that a compromisable number? Because maybe 156 doesn't need to be what it is, but 13 to me, I think we'd be pretty foolish to accept. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the feedback that we've seen from the community, and I think the recent articles in kind of bunch of different papers show that people want to keep the building, right? I think there's a lot of history there, and to me, it's always a shame when you have to tear down a beautiful old building for kind of modern zoning and planning requirements, essentially. So I think the conversation's an easy one to the community is, do we want to keep an old historical building, essentially? And then I guess to answer your second question is yeah, I understand the 13 on site, but I mean, if you look at Willow today, I think as a Hamiltonian, I know this issue better than anyone. Like, we have pretty much 2 400 series highways ripping right through our city right now, which is a bit of a point of contention, and certainly not advantageous for our downtown. To me, I think if I'm looking at ways to improve the transit on Willow, I think kind of making it less of a highway, making it less easier for cars to go flying through there by providing more kind of structured slowdowns, including the angled parking. That's what builds cities, right? We don't want people flying through areas. You want people going slow, and lots of people walking and biking and stuff like that. And so I would say that just the amount of parking on Willow today kind of would service most of the parking requirements needed for our building. It's just we're not allowed to use them as dedicated parking for our building because it's that city roadway. And so that's where our suggestion is we can provide that we can provide up some of our land, the land that's on along Willow, to provide some more of that angled parking and more parking along our side, which I think would contribute to kind of preventing those highways along Willow and really creating a good kind of good commercial building for to service the residential homes that are there.
Thank you for coming and thank you for your efforts too.
Thank you, Councillor Bell, and then Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ben. Ben, I walk past that building probably 3 days a week. I see the traffic going past it. I see a new housing complex at the end of the street that will add another 200 or 300 cars to the road. Once we open up the north end of town and build on the golf course, there'll be people coming from the Brantford area. The only way in really is through Willow Street. I think your expectations are too high, your aspirations are too high, but I like the idea of retaining the building. Do you have a different concept? Let me suggest you might have a residential concept that might need many, many fewer car parking spaces. Have you thought of that?
Ben?
Yeah, I mean that's my job as a developer, right? Is assessing what's kind of the best value for our property developments. For us, just with the existing zoning, the existing kind of planning proposal that would be required to convert to residential, you end up kind of needing more parking spots anyway in a lot of cases than on the commercial side. And so we'd be running into the same issues really, if not more. And then just from a conversion standpoint, it'd be quite costly to convert the whole building to residential from an M&E scope. So definitely highest and best use with this property is the commercial retail. And I think you talked about it. You basically said it there, is that there's a lot of residential development in the area. There are going to be cars coming in and out, but I mean, that's a residential area, right? So people driving in and out to go home, but I know having kind of commercial retail type uses there to service all that residential. I mean, you're not going to be jumping in your car to go pick up a coffee when you live next door, right? So especially if there isn't that much parking, I think promotes walkability, it promotes community there, and it's servicing all the residential development that's in the area. I mean, the alternatives otherwise are for the building really are knocking it down and building another cookie cutter residential development, which I don't think anybody wants. And then, I mean, the only really other alternative from a commercial development standpoint that doesn't require the parking is a self-storage facility, right? Which is inappropriate considering the historical nature of the building. So we've definitely done that assessment, and I'm open to hearing other ideas, but from our assessment, highest and best use here is commercial retail service in the residential.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ben. Yeah, I think everybody agrees the fact that, we appreciate the fact that you're trying to keep the heritage of this building, because there is some major history in this building, and again, appreciate that. I've been following a few things that your company's been doing around, and I'm going to say that this isn't your first rodeo. You've done this many places before. My question is, when you went to purchase this particular building, knowing that there was zero parking around it, and knowing that you wanted to do something commercial that would necessitate upwards of 100 spots, I'm curious as to the conversations that were had through your company, in the sense that, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but as much as we appreciate the fact that you're fixing up a heritage building and a building with a lot of history, like Councillor Laferriere said, there's a huge difference between even 20 spots and 100 spots. So I'm curious as to what the thought process was with your company purchasing this particular location, knowing full well that you have a serious parking issue. I appreciate the fact that, you were looking into downtown and you were looking into Sillaps and that sort of thing. That's great. But I think the reality of it is people aren't going to go park over at Sillaps and walk over. People aren't going to go park downtown and walk over. Unfortunately, those that are doing the walking are going to do that, but the majority of people are not. So I'm curious if you could just give me a little idea as to what the conversation was, knowing full well there was a major parking issue at your company level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're right. This isn't our first rodeo. Like we've done a number of sites now, and to be honest, every single site, and Joe can attest to, but every single site we have a parking issue. We like buying old buildings and keeping old buildings and revitalizing them. And historically, you didn't need the parking requirements for building these types of buildings. And so, yeah, I mean, pretty much every building we have this issue, and we're able to work through these issues with the communities. And so that was our game plan when we purchased the building. For us, it was look at this beautiful historic building, and let's figure out a way to keep it and to really bring it to its highest and best use today. And it's just a phenomenal spot for a development like this. It's got great bones. It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of love, but that's what we do. And the finished product will be excellent, and it will be cherished by the community. And so that was our game plan going in. Like we battle it, basically the parking requirements on every deal we buy, basically. So, and then I guess just to comment on your question just about the majority of people parking on site. Like I understand the concern, but I mean we've done this enough times now to know that when there isn't parking that's there and available, people figure out alternative ways to get to the site. And to be honest, we've been in worse cases. I think of our 64 Hatch Street development in Dundas. We've got a tiny little parking lot there that really the people who are kind of in and out, they use, but the staff and others, they find other alternative locations that they can kind of keep their car there for longer. And so I do want to stress that the services that we're putting in there, the businesses that we're putting in there are servicing the local residential communities that are there. It's less of a destination. People don't have to drive to it. You can kind of go out and walk down the street and pick up a cup of coffee from your local coffee roastery, essentially. So yeah, so I think promoting more walkability and promoting more retail type uses in that area would be a priority for me. But
well, I appreciate that, and as a county, we're promoting walkability every chance we get. So I'm just you gotta balance the two between reality and wishing for something, right? So anyway, I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Ben? Ben, I think that your timing couldn't be worse. The last couple of council meetings, it's been all about parking on Willow Street. And we have residents now that are just so unhappy with the parking situation on Willow Street long before we heard of your sort of proposals. I don't know if you know it or not, but I was with a partner. I owned the Tivoli Theater on James Street North once, and tried to save it for over 10 years. I tried to save the Tivoli the theater, and lost it to a boutique hotel. So I know how hard it is to let an old building go when you just can't make it work. And I am also very familiar with 111, the Arts Block. I was on a fundraising campaign and raised $85,000 when it was going to be the Arts Block. So I understand your project there, but you have lots of parking there. You have nothing but parking there. So it's kind of unfair to compare the two sites, because this has no parking and 111 has tons of parking, football fields of parking. So I hope that you have a plan B, because your plan A just is terribly timed for the county. We can't spend three council meetings talking about no parking on Willow and then entertain such a proposal from you, no matter how much we want to. And I want to, but I don't know that we can support it as a council right now. So if there's no further comments, thank you, Ben, for coming tonight. Councillor House, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor LaFerrier that the presentation from Ben and the GSP group regarding a strategic plan for 3 Yeo Street be received as information.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or concerns before we call the vote? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you, Ben. I hope you can think of a plan B, because we don't want to see the building come down.
Yeah, I mean, the plan B, as I mentioned, I mean, any developer is going to run into the same problems as we are. So it's either a self-storage building or we got to knock it down, unfortunately. So yeah, a bit disappointing to hear. I wasn't privy to the earlier conversations about parking on Willow, but I'm a bit shocked that, I mean, there's parking on both sides really. So not really entirely sure on that side, but yeah, we'll kind of reassess on our side and continue to work with county planning. So
Thanks, Ben. Okay, moving on to 4.4, please, on the agenda. Caitlin Port from Lafarge. You're back. Hello.
Hi,
Carol,
good evening.
Carol and
Yes.
Caitlin.
Hello.
Hello, you're on. Thank you. You've shared your screen.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
think Heather's doing it, but
All right.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bailey and Council. Tonight's review will be a joint presentation between Caitlin Port from MHBC and myself, Carol Shimiganowski from Lafarge. The purpose of this presentation is just to respond to Planning Committee's questions and concerns that were not properly addressed on November 2nd. Since that meeting, we have circulated information packages to you all, and this presentation will summarize and highlight the additional information that was provided. I'd like to thank Council for this opportunity to provide this additional information, and Caitlin and I will be happy to answer all your questions afterwards. Next slide, please. To start, I just want to provide a quick overview of the status of the proposed application. OMAFRA has since reviewed the application and confirmed that it meets all the policy tests. They do not have any concerns with the below water extraction and the removal of prime agricultural land. In addition, the GRCA has indicated they have no concerns, and we are currently working with the Ministry of Natural Resources to resolve their comments. County staff has comprehensively reviewed the application and provided comments. Lafarge addressed those comments, and that resulted in staff supporting the application. Lastly, there were a few members of the public who did engage with Lafarge after submission. We responded to their comments, and we are not aware of any outstanding public concerns on the application. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide additional information that responds to Council's questions and concerns regarding aggregate extraction in prime agricultural land and the final rehabilitation of the site. We also wanted to take this opportunity to provide some additional information on the importance of aggregate resources to the County of Brant and highlight some of the good work that Lafarge has undertaken in the community. Next slide, please. As an aggregate producer, it is very challenging to find properties that are feasible for extraction and have viable aggregate resource deposits. There are many constraints, policy implications, and land use compatibility issues to consider. Caitlin is going to highlight some of the specific challenges in the County of Brant.
Thanks, Carol. So there are provincial policies in the provincial policy statement, as well as policies in the Brant County official plan. And that's the current official plan, as well as the new official plan that you guys are working on, that permit aggregate extraction in prime agricultural areas subject to a number of specific policy tests. The majority of the land area in the County of Brant is mapped as prime agricultural area in the provincial agricultural system mapping, and that's carried forward into the Brant County official plan. The remaining areas in the county that are not mapped as prime agricultural area are either settlement areas or growth plan natural heritage system areas. Settlement areas are not feasible for extraction, and the natural heritage system is constrained by protected environmental features. Currently, a small percentage of prime agricultural area in the County of Brant is approved for below water table extraction. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. This map visually represents the points from the previous slide. On this map, aggregate resources are mapped in that orangey yellow color. These deposit areas are also mapped as prime agricultural area, which is that sort of navy blue hatching. Because of the overlap, prime agricultural areas are the only option for locating aggregate extraction activities. Next slide, please. As I mentioned a couple slides ago, in order to extract aggregate from below the water table in prime agricultural land, specific provincial and county policy tests must be met to the satisfaction of agency reviewers. One of these tests is the alternative test. This test requires that other non-prime agricultural lands be considered first, prior to pursuing extraction on prime agricultural land. As illustrated by the map on the previous slide, the majority of the lands in the county of Brant are mapped as prime agricultural lands, and there are no suitable alternatives that are not prime agricultural land or otherwise constrained. I'll turn it back over to Carol, and she can provide some more information on the aggregate quantity and quality.
Thank you, Caitlin. So the second policy test requires a demonstration of substantial aggregate below the water table. Lafarge completed 15 boreholes across the entire site back in 2013 and determined that over 50% of the quality aggregate resource was actually located below the water table. These high quality aggregate resources are essential for the growth of the county of Brant. Next slide, please. As many of you mentioned in our meetings, the county is growing at a rapid rate, and aggregates is an essential part of this growth. By approving this application, you will be ensuring aggregate availability close to market, which is economically and environmentally responsible. Transportation is the most impactful aspect, and the further aggregates has to travel, the more expensive it becomes, and most importantly, the greater the greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Also important to the environment is rehabilitation. Final rehabilitation of the proposed extension was also brought up at the committee meeting as a concern, so I'd like to take this opportunity to address that as well. The proposed pit extension will be rehabilitated progressively and comprehensively with the existing pit to create a lake with naturalized side slopes and planted with native grasses, trees, and shrubs. The proposed final rehabilitation plan of a lake will provide many opportunities to the county, such as a source of water to the community, for example, for firefighters or irrigation, a conservation or wildlife habitat, as well as the potential for commercial uses, such as a private recreational area. The pictures shown on this slide are examples of the value a rehabilitated pit to a lake can bring to a local community. The next slide, please. Lafarge really wanted to showcase the potential of the final rehabilitation. So MHPC created this conceptual drawing of what the proposed pit will look like once the comprehensive rehabilitation has been completed. As you can see, the proposed rehabilitation will provide opportunities for a variety of uses after extraction is complete. Next slide, please. Thank you. So speaking of being useful, I want to take the opportunity to talk about Lafarge in the community and remind council the value we bring as a company. Lafarge operated and rehabilitated the land east of Paris that is now known as the Green Lane Sports Complex. It is home of the Lafarge Fields and over 40,000 planted trees. It was awarded the Bronze Plaque Award in 2008. This is the highest level of recognition for rehabilitation our industry can receive. I know a number of you mentioned that you were very aware of this site, and some of you were even in attendance at that awards ceremony. Thank you for your continued support. Next slide, please. In addition to this, Lafarge has provided value to the community on a number of other projects, including Brant Sports Complex on Powerline Road, the Paris Skate Park, and the Lions Park Splash Pad and Pool. As well, we've donated and participated in a variety of community events, including truck safety in schools and partnerships with the County of Brant Fire Department for training purposes. At both our West Paris and Brantford site, we've planted over 1,000 trees with the local scout groups. Next slide, please. So in closing, I just want to recap the main takeaways from our presentation. Lafarge is a valued member of your community, and we have submitted a complete and supported application. It is consistent with the PPS and conforms with the county OP. This application is to secure depleting reserves at the Brantford site, reserves that will be used locally in the growth of the county. The final rehabilitation of the proposed extension will be completed comprehensively with the existing site in a sustainable, progressive manner to create a lake and naturalized areas that will bring value to the county. Based on the additional information that we have provided in this presentation tonight and the information packages that were distributed to council last week, we request that council approve application OPA-21 and ZBA 5-21 to change the official plan use designation from agricultural to resource and change the zoning on the subject lands to agricultural zone to resource extraction to permit the extension of the aggregate pit. The specific wording of this recommendation is included on our delegation request form in the council agenda package. Next slide, please. Thank you, council, for your time. And Caitlin and I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Carol. We have questions. Councillor Howes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Caitlin and Carol. We appreciate the information. I admit that I do find it persuasive. I appreciate the extra information about the rehabilitation. That provides a little more context for me. I do hope that our council has an opportunity later tonight to discuss this further. One of the things that I find most persuasive about your presentation is the issue of public comment and concern. You know, in your summary, you said there have been no public concerns. Earlier in the presentation, you said there were some public comments that were dealt with, and I understand there's a difference between comments and concerns. But because the fact that there aren't a bunch of people upset about this location for a gravel pit extension, because that's a persuasive element to me. I just wondered if you could take a minute to just touch on, you don't have to go into great details, but touch on the types of concerns that came from the public, and how they were dealt with, and to reinforce the fact that there were no objections.
Carol?
I'm going to let Caitlin jump in on this first, just because she was managing the application at the time the comments were received.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Carol. Carol's just coming back from mat leave, so there was another land manager. You might recall Luke was on the meeting back in April. So aggregate applications are a little bit interesting. We're actually running two parallel processes at the same time. So there's the Planning Act applications, which is why Carol and I are before you tonight. But there's also another application process, and that's the Aggregate Resources Act application process, which is through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So there's actually there's additional opportunities for public consultation notification. And so we've completed public notification consultation under the requirements of the Aggregate Resources Act. And we did not receive any public objections or comments under the Aggregate Resources Act. And then, as you know, there's also public notification and consultation requirements under the Planning Act process as well. And through that process back in April, when the notice was first issued of a complete application, we did have a couple of neighbors reach out to Luke and myself, either asking questions for more information or indicating that they had some potential concerns regarding rehabilitation, and then the other concerns typical of aggregate applications would be ensuring that their private wells would be maintained for both the quantity and the quality, and then that dust would be appropriately mitigated as well. So as mentioned at the last meeting, and I'll just reiterate that again, that Luke and I did respond to all those comments and questions that the public had. And since those discussions occurred back in April, no one else has reached out to us with any additional questions or concerns. So hopefully that sufficiently answers your question.
It does, and I thank you for that. And it occurs to me that if the County of Brant denies access to additional gravel from this site, then Lafarge may have to start looking for gravel elsewhere, possibly within the county. And those next sites may not have the benefit of no objections from residents, and that's part of the reason why I'm finding your presentation persuasive. Thank you.
Councillor Bell, you're next, then Councillor Pierce, and Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Carol and Caitlin. Thank you for the presentation. It does expand on what you said last time. I appreciate that. I have two questions. One was around, you called it the importance of aggregates to Brant County. I wonder, have you got any sense of the demand for aggregates in Brant County over the next 15, 20 years, and whether or not the currently operating pits can satisfy that, or whether we need your pit as well to meet that need?
Thank you. Through you, Chairman, to Councillor Bell, thank you for that question. What I would want to highlight in regards to your question is that this is replacing depleting reserves. So the purpose of this application is to keep the life of this pit open longer than what would be if this application were denied. So it's not necessarily producing more, or it's not at all producing more aggregate to keep up with the increased demand. It's just keeping up with the growth of the county, if that helps answer the question.
Sorry, that with respect, that doesn't answer my question. I want to know do you know what the demand for aggregate is in the county in the next 15 years, and whether or not the currently operating pits, including one of your own, can meet that need, or do we need your next pit now? And if we don't need it now, would we need it in 10 or 15 years, which might be a reasonable time to come back and ask us the question?
I guess I would respond to that is that the province has acknowledged that there is a need for aggregates. There's no requirement in aggregate applications to show that there is a need for aggregates. Perhaps Caitlin can help expand on that.
Sure. Thanks, Carol. Yeah, Carol and I don't have those consumption data that you're looking for, Councillor Bell, at our fingertips.
Yeah.
There's certainly some resources that we could point you to that you might where you can find that information. It's not something that we prepared for tonight's presentation. And I would just add to what Carol said is part of the purpose of this extension also is to secure these resources for long-term use. This process is quite costly and time consuming. So what we're doing is we're protecting and securing those resources to ensure that Brant County has a long-term resource supply close to market by licensing this property.
Yeah.
And
sorry, I'm not.
Sorry, to continue to respond to your question, it's probably something we could go back to the planning or county works department to determine what their annual aggregate purchasing is on top of what the concrete and asphalt purchases would give a rough indication.
Thank you. One more question if I may, Mr. Mayor. I came to Paris too late to really understand the role that Lafarge played in the Green Lane sports complex, and I applaud you for that. My question is, would you be willing to commit now to rehabilitate the lands that you're going to withdraw aggregate from and create a water park that we could use as a beach, as a skiing resort, as a sailing club, as a diving club? Are you prepared to commit to that now?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bell. And I know we've had previous discussions on this, and I can appreciate you wanting that, but unfortunately, I cannot make that commitment right now. What I can speak to is that the potential value that this rehabilitated pit could bring to the county and the number of possible uses it could be at the time. I think just there's a number of factors to that prohibits me from making that commitment today, right now.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Carol and Caitlin. First of all, Carol, sorry we didn't end up hooking up for a conversation there, but I did read everything that you sent over to me, and I appreciate that. Couple questions I have. First of all, I want to get it right off the hop that the slide in there of Lafarge in the community, I don't think there's any question about what Lafarge has done in this community. I'm not, in my own personal opinion, I don't think that slide needed to be in there. I think everybody understands what Lafarge has done and will continue to do in this community. So that's off the table as far as I'm concerned. You talk about the Green Lane pit, you talk about the Paris West pit. If you look at those two pits, they did not go below the water level. Because when you talk about rehabilitation, if I look at Green Lane, we've got ball diamonds, we've got a dog park, we got soccer pitches. That to me is the rehabilitation of a pit that's being used for that type of thing. To me, one of the biggest issues I have with this is I can't say that a lake is a rehabilitation. That to me is a natural occurrence that's going to happen when you go below the water level. The water is going to come up and it's going to create a lake. So to me, that is not a rehabilitation. Yes, you know what? It could be used for boating afterwards. There could be some ducks and all that kind of stuff and fish. But to me, that is not a rehabilitation. My question is, if this was denied again this evening, and you said that you could only get 50% of the aggregate out of that addition without going below the water table, I appreciate the fact from a Lafarge point of view that you want to keep the aggregate close to where the building is going on. That's a win-win as far as I'm concerned, because we don't have the trucks hauling this on the long routes and that type of thing. But you do have a Paris West pit. You do have an existing pit that's there. So my question is, and well, to throw in, and also there is another company that has a pit in Paris as well, Dufferin. I'm sure we're all aware of that. My question is, if that was denied again today and you could only do it down to the water level, so you're only going to get 50%, would you still proceed with taking the aggregate off that top level above the water table?
Thank you, Councillor Pierce, for that question. It would be difficult for me to make that kind of commitment for my company to say that we would proceed in a certain way or not, just on the spot, to be honest. But what I will say to try and answer your question is just remind council that the existing operation is already approved to go below the water table. So the application is just for the extension of the 20 hectares to the east to extend the pond that's already that's already started extraction, that's already started there. So from a comprehensive rehabilitation standpoint, it actually makes sense to complete the rehabilitation of the pond or the lake all the way across the entire site, rather than have a portion that is below water and a portion that is above the water table. But to specifically say if this application is denied, which direction we go, I don't think I can do that on the spot.
Okay, I guess I appreciate that response, but I don't really feel that this is on the spot. You have been at a meeting where all this discussion was had. I'm sure that you had discussions with the company at that point in time, the direction that planning meeting went. But if that's your response, then I'll leave it at that.
I guess I just to continue to reply to it, I don't know if that necessarily option is on the table, if part of the application can be approved or denied. From if it is denied, I don't think there's the option to compromise, and maybe Caitlin can help me understand from a planning aspect if you can resubmit with just the above water extraction. That's again to my response of why it wasn't maybe considered at this point from a company standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Caitlin, are you going to respond?
No, I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chambers then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to either Carol or Caitlin or both. We've talked a bit about rehabilitation at the last meeting, and we're talking a bit about rehabilitation this meeting. And I've been interested in rehabilitation ever since I found out that the Royal Botanical Gardens in Hamilton were developed out of a rehabilitated gravel pit. So great things can be done with rehabilitation of gravel pits. So I'm just wondering, just to get a clarification for my own benefit, I'm wondering if you could explain the roles legislatively of the municipality, the aggregate company, and the province as it relates to rehabilitation.
Yeah, no problem. I can expand further on that, Councillor Chambers. Thank you for the question. It is the obligation of the license holder, once the license has been approved, to complete the rehabilitation as per the submitted plans, the rehabilitation plan at the license holder's cost. The governing body of that license is the province. The Ministry of Natural Resource regulates that license and ensures that the rehab plan is done according to the approved plan. I don't know if there's anything you'd want to add, Caitlin, from a policy standpoint.
No, that's it. I would just say that there are legal tools and legal mechanisms in place, and Carol outlined those, to ensure that that rehabilitation does occur at the expense of the licensee. And it's M&R who enforces the plan and has the enforcement tools, legislative and enforcement tools required to make sure that that rehabilitation plan occurs per the site plan requirements.
You haven't indicated the municipal role, if any, in rehabilitation legislatively.
Yeah, once the site is licensed, it's then governed under the Aggregate Resources Act, which is, as you know, provincial legislation. And as we mentioned, enforcement is through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So in terms of enforcing rehabilitation, there is no municipal role at that point. If the municipality has concerns with the way that the pit is operating, or is concerned that the pit is not being rehabilitated in accordance with the site plan, the municipality can speak with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry.
And sorry, I will just add that the municipality is given a copy of the site plans that they have on file, updated as they are amended.
And sorry, just to add to Carol's what Carol stated there as well, the municipality is also circulated on the compliance assessment reports. That's the annual reports that are completed by the licensee and submitted to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And those reports indicate on a yearly basis how much progressive rehabilitation is occurring. So those are submitted to the municipality as well.
And just two more questions. Again, dealing with the municipal role. If the municipality wanted to have input into a rehabilitation plan, that is done basically with the agreement of the aggregate producer. If the aggregate producer did not want to work with the municipality in a rehabilitation plan, they can still put forward the rehabilitation plan that they've developed on their own to the ministry in terms of trying to get approval for their license. Am I correct in stating that?
Through Mayor Bailey, to answer Councillor Chambers' questions, yes, I suppose that's correct. I think that Lafarge is, as Carol's indicated, willing to work with the municipality, especially as the pit is opened, the extension is opened, and progressive and final rehabilitation start to occur. And as they get closer to surrendering the license, I'm sure that those are discussions that Lafarge would be happy to engage with the municipality on. We don't have a crystal ball, so we're trying to answer questions that are going to happen 20 years down the road, right? So the rehabilitation plan that Carol and I have put together and that we're asking for approval from the ministry and buy-in from the county ultimately is really laying the foundation for something that can occur 20 years. And 20 years is a totally arbitrary number. I'm just throwing that out there. It could be 15, could be less, it could be more. So we're laying the foundation for the final land use once this pit is fully extracted and fully rehabilitated.
And sorry, just to add to Caitlin's comment, there are mechanisms under the Ministry of Natural Resources that allow you to make amendments to that plan. Major ones would have to be circulated to the municipality for comment. But minor ones are available. So that being said, if in consultation with the municipality down the road that, 20 years from now, whatever, there are some fine tuning opportunities of that rehabilitation plan that can be easily done through the licensee to the Ministry of Natural Resources.
And my last question, just to comment, it would be nice to have a cooperative approach to rehabilitation with aggregate companies and municipalities rather than an adversarial approach. But my last question is, have you ever come across Glen Harrington?
Yeah, I think Carol and I, the aggregate industry is a fairly small, close-knit community. So yes, we're both familiar with Glenn and the work that he's done.
Oh, yes.
Maybe you could explain to council who don't know who Glen Harrington is, and his role in rehabilitation in the province.
Yeah, so through Mayor Bailey to answer Councillor Chambers' question, Glen Harrington, I would consider a colleague of mine. He doesn't work at MHBC. He has or had his own consulting firm. Actually, he did the rehabilitation plan for the existing pit, I believe, Carol, and has really been a great advocate and leader in aggregate rehabilitation across Ontario, with a particular interest in agricultural rehabilitation.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Ferrier and then Councillor Gatward.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Carol and Caitlin. Carol, thanks for all the efforts. We had played a lot of phone tag this week and last. I appreciate that. The two questions I wanted to ask you, and I really appreciate, as I often do, Councillor Chambers' line of questioning. It's sort of what I want to get into because I think we're hopping around a couple of different items here. But the one I really want to look at is not to ask you to commit to something 20 years down the line and not to ask, things that I think are kind of unfair to ask you as an individual who works for Lafarge. But what I want to ask you is, what is Lafarge's policy now in terms of best practices when it comes to working with municipalities on value-added rehabilitation of sites? Right? Because I think that's where the impasse is here for some of us, is at the end of it, getting, sort of a docile lake out of this space that is farmland versus Councillor Bell's bringing up water parks. I don't know about that, but something with a little more value to the community as a whole, much more like Green Lane. So what's the policy that Lafarge has now on that?
Thank you, Councillor Leferrier, for your question. I would say Lafarge's policy is to be, in general, good corporate citizen. We used to have a tagline of building better cities, and we would kind of modify that to being building better communities, right? We are a construction material company. We build things, we help make things, we help build schools, we help build communities. So not only is our product helping add value back to the county, but also just that policy or that, I guess, kind of innate behavior I've found in my 15 years at Lafarge, that we want to be a valued member of our communities. And, just what I've highlighted are in the presentation are just a few of the things that we've kind of tried to make sure that we're a part of in the community. But I guess I would say is that without having such a written policy, we have somewhat of an open door. So that if there is an opportunity to collaborate on another sports complex or a different skate park or what have you, then I am happy to hear it and happy to meet with you and learn about these new opportunities kind of constantly coming through council's door.
And my follow-up would be, if you don't get the desired result from your point of view, what are your options as an organization, and how do you feel about the likelihood of those options?
Well, from a technical aspect, like the application, or like we have the opportunity to appeal, but I guess I would say that we don't count that, like, you know, let's say we were denied and then successful in appeal, I wouldn't consider that a win. So hopefully that helps answer your question, that how we would like to approach these kind of applications.
And actually a follow-up, if I may, just a quick
Yeah.
one. What's the, well, through the chair. What's the percentage of the current, the site's current gravel production? What percentage of it goes to county and even, you know, more regional projects? You know, county, city.
I think we had the stat, sorry, I should have that available, but I think we had like 60%. I don't know if I saw something different, but if you don't mind, I can provide you with a better number.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Carol. I note on page 69 of our package, the conceptual rendering of the comprehensive rehabilitation of the existing and proposed pit. That page, the water comes around the existing, I believe that's the base scales there, in the middle. And yes, okay.
Well, sorry, through you, Chair, to Councillor Gatward, that's actually not land, the area, the frontage that doesn't show below water extraction, where you can see some building that's just land not owned by Lafarge. It is, I believe there's a residence there, and it's zoned partially or fully commercial. It used to be a furniture factory, and it's currently, I think, for lease.
Okay, I thought it looked like a home and some outbuildings, but I wasn't sure. My question is, if in the future rehabilitation of this site, it was to become a recreational area, is there enough room? We've just heard about parking tonight, and we hear about parking all the time. Is there enough room off Colburn Street West on both sides of that existing house where there's no extraction? How much area would be there that's not water? I'm just thinking about the future, and if it was turned into some sort of recreational project, would there be enough land there to support parking and infrastructure for some sort of a park? Do you know how many acres are there? So in front?
Thank you, Councillor Gatward, and to you, Mayor Bailey. I don't know the exact acres in the front, Councillor Gatward, but I will say that there is a 30-meter setback from the property line that must be maintained, plus an additional kind of buffer for the sloping down into the water area. However, again, the conceptual drawing was to hopefully provide a visual to what the area could look like. And I would say appropriately further down the line, there could be modifications made if that 30-meter setback needs to be extended. So there was more of an area for parking depending on the, agreed upon final use, or if there was, sorry, I will just say, like, Lafarge is obviously in the business of aggregate extraction. We wouldn't really necessarily be the ones And I don't think you'd want us building and designing a potential recreational use, but maybe there was a future developer who wanted to purchase the land or do that. And then that would be the appropriate time at the time of final rehabilitation, working with that individual, that company that can better see the vision of how this lake could be used for a recreational area. But the short answer is that there would be enough room if need be to add more space for parking or a small building or whatever for that kind of recreational use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just I want to say there's been a few of my questions have been asked, and then there's been some really good ones. Just I do want to go to Councillor Bell's question about does the county need additional aggregate for county use, and the answer is no. I mean, we produce enough multiple times over to meet our use. So yeah, the bulk of the gravel that is extracted here goes outside of the county. But I want to ask the delegation, as far as the mapping goes, the provincial mapping of the gravel resources in the county. Is this one considered that you're talking, the one we're talking about tonight, is it considered a primary, a secondary, or a tertiary resource?
Thank you, Councillor Miller, through the chair, to answer your question. What's mapped on the map that was included in your information package and shown on the slides tonight is the same mapping that is in the County of Brant official plan, and that is primary, secondary, and I believe tertiary deposits as well. So it's all three deposit types, which is what the provincial mapping maps and then is carried forward into the official plan mapping.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. But I did get the mapping. I looked at the mapping. I couldn't, we can't break it down right so clearly. But do you know if the bulk of the site is primary, secondary, tertiary?
I'm sorry, the extension property?
Yes.
It's tertiary.
Okay. Just to be clear then, in the county of Brant, the province has 5,800 hectares listed as primary, 600 hectares as secondary, and 23,000 as tertiary. If you convert that to acres, it's tens of thousands of acres. And what, like, I'm trying to understand where I think I understand where you guys are coming from clearly, but I'm trying to get you guys to understand where we're coming from. And I guess I'll leave that for the debate but my question is, how do you respond to that? Because we have 100,000 acres, give or take, that could be used for aggregate. You guys are talking about taking a few out now and destroying some farmland forever. Where does that process end? That's my question. Do we just keep going and going until it's all used up? What do you see as the future of this whole thing we got going on?
Carol?
Thank you.
I'll jump in first, Caitlin, and
Go
I'll
for
let
it.
you. I would, aggregates is a non-renewable resource, but it's a needed resource. We, like every one of us consume it every day. And, it kind of takes away from the application, but I would just then stress the importance of recycling aggregates, because then now we have a renewable resource. But again, it doesn't really answer your question fully, Councillor Miller, which I can appreciate where you're coming from. I would just then go back to the strength of our application that shows that, it uses the existing infrastructure that's already created for this pit by this small extension, rather than try and find a different site and license that and build like an entrance exit onto a road and build new infrastructure. So again, it doesn't fully answer your question, I don't think, but hopefully that helps provide some insight. And then I'll let, Caitlin jump in as well.
Thanks, Carol. I'll just add a couple points to that and try to keep them brief. You're right. There's a lot of aggregate mapped in the County of Brant. However, and we did try to articulate this in the handout and then in tonight's presentation, only a small percentage of what is mapped is going to be available for present day extraction or future extraction, just based on so many different factors, whether it's policy, land use compatibility, property ownership. There's so many different, or technical constraints. There's so many different considerations that go into making a viable application for an aggregate operation. So yes, it looks like a lot of mapping, but realistically, only a very small amount of that mapping is actually potentially available for extraction. And as Carol and I have also tried to stress tonight, is the importance of securing aggregate resources both for the county's need today and also for the county and surrounding municipalities' use in the future as well.
Okay, and Lafarge did the Green Lane one. I think you mentioned that you showed you had a photo of that, and in that photo again was a picture of our previous mayor standing there, who said to me at the Green Lane, and Councillor Pierce alluded to it. He said to me, "Well, I'm glad Lafarge didn't go below the water pit, or we wouldn't be sitting here today." And I was kind of hoping one of you ladies would talk maybe a bit about that, because it's the below water extraction. It just to me, it just takes the legs out from us. And is there any movement in the industry to try and get away from that you're aware of?
Carol, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to take a stab at it?
I think, well, I'll probably let you chime in, Caitlin, but I think, the deposit is where it was put. It's where, especially sand and gravel, it's where the glaciers put it years ago. And unfortunately, we don't have control of that. And some of that is below the water table. But I think that's where the importance of policy and good planning to come into play to find the good balance of extraction in general and extraction below the water table. I don't know if Caitlin has more to add.
No, that's a great response, Carol. I'd say, yeah, I would agree. It's geology, and in this specific application that's before you tonight, it just so happens that geologically the deposit is located primarily below the water table. That isn't the case on every property in Brant County. Some aggregate deposits are quite deep, like up to 25 or 30 meters deep above the water table. But in this specific circumstance, because of the geology and the hydrogeology, the resource is located below the water table.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I got a question then through you, Mr. Mayor, to Carol directly. Is when I look back at the planning meeting versus tonight, you've given us more information. Did you bring anything to the table tonight, or prepared to bring anything to the table tonight? Additionally.
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Councilor Miller, thank you. I guess my hope is with the conceptual plan presented and the additional information to address the specific questions is my hope of what I can bring to the table tonight. And like I said, kind of remind council of the great working relationship the County of Brant and Lafarge has had, and that it is our full intention to keep that strong relationship.
Okay, thank you for the answer. That I don't mean to be hard on you. It's just it's a subject at hand. It's the nature of it. So again, I appreciate
understand. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I just add,
sorry.
That's okay. Mayor Bailey, if you don't mind, I'd just like to add to that and just remind Councilor Miller that Brant County official plan policies permit aggregate extraction below the water table in prime agricultural land. And so we're demonstrating conformity with the county's policies with this application.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Knowing that there's going to be a discussion later, I'm sure that this is the end of questions right now. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Caitlin, for coming as a delegation tonight. Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Bell that the presentation from MHBC Planning and Lafarge Canada be referred for consideration as part of the Planning and Development Committee report, recommendation number 3, which I trust we will vote on separately.
Thank you. And we will vote on it separately. All those in favor to receive as information? Thank you. Good night, Carol. Good night, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was no one opposed, was there? No. Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting, please, Councillor Coleman.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, move by myself, second by Councillor McAlpine, that the County of Brant Council minutes of October 26, 2021 be approved.
Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Thank you. Carried. Business arising from those minutes? Seeing nothing. Move on to consent items, please. Consent items to be received. Councillor Chambers.
They're moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that they be received.
Any
Are we
questions?
gonna ask questions on them, Mr. Mayor?
If you have questions, Councillor Miller, you can ask them.
More of a comment, that's on 7.2.4.
All right.
There's the development charges for the separate school board, and they're increasing them from 2018 to 2023 by 65%. I just thought that was a fairly large increase. I just wanted that noted. And unfortunately, I didn't make a comment, but I would have if I had more time, but I did not.
There's lots of time for you to comment now, Councillor Miller.
Sorry, I meant to the school boards themselves.
Oh, there's nothing we can do about that now. I think that sail is, that the ship has sailed. But anyway, it's duly noted. Are there any other comments or concerns to the consent items? All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Committee reports 8-1, Planning and Development Committee report, November the 2nd, and that's Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will separate, there's 4 items, so I will separate item number 3. So this will be for items 1, 2, and 4, and it's moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman. And that the Planning and Development Committee report of November 2nd, 2021 be approved. Again, what's the one removed? Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions to 1, 2, and 4? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? And Councillor Miller, you want to speak to number 3, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that motion, and second again by Councillor Coleman to get it on the floor, and then I'll leave it in your capable hands at this point.
Thank you. This is the one to be refused. Councillor Miller?
Yes, denied. That was the recommendation from Planning Committee.
Okay, are there any questions to Councillor Wheat?
Yes, I'd like a recorded vote on this. And for the benefit of those watching at home, to support this recommendation, you are denying the extension of the gravel pit on West Colburn Street. If you support this recommendation, is to deny it, not to approve it. I want to make sure everybody at home watching understands approving this denies the extension.
Approving this denies the extension. So when we vote, we're voting to approve. Is that right?
No.
Okay, Councillor House, correct me.
I think Councillor Wheat has brought up an important distinction. It sounds like a double negative, but anyone who votes in favor of the recommendation as it's currently written is voting to deny the request for the extension of the pit.
Right.
So to approve is to deny. Just like Councillor Wheat said. Right.
Councillor Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, is everyone clear? Councillor Chambers.
Yes, I am clear, and I'm voting to oppose the recommendation because I am in favor of the application. And I just want to say a couple things to explain my position. I do not want it inferred that by supporting the aggregate application, I am somehow not appreciative of agricultural land. I'm one of the two people on county council, along with Councillor Coleman, that makes their living on agricultural land. And my particular plot of agricultural land has been in my family for 6 generations. So I do have an appreciation for agricultural land. When I plow with a 185 horsepower John Deere tractor, plowing 8 furrows at a time, once in a while I'll turn up a horseshoe that one of my grandfathers or great-grandfathers used on his horses when he was plowing the same ground. So there is a connection there. So don't ever think that I do not appreciate agricultural land. I support the application for a few reasons. First of all, the application is consistent with provincial policy. The Planning Act says that municipalities must be consistent with provincial policy. That's why our county policy supports the application, and that was explained by our county planners who recommended approval. We also, I think, received a circulation from OMAFRA saying that they have no objection to the application. We've heard that the neighborhood issues, there was not a large outcry from the neighborhood, and the concerns, from my understanding, were addressed. We heard Lafarge comment on what they've done for the community, and they're to be commended for that. And I well remember the Green Lane opening, and Lafarge did play an important role in that. And that's where we get to rehabilitation. The way the system works, the municipality really has no legislative role in rehabilitation. They need to work with the aggregate companies on a cooperative basis to have influence on rehabilitation. If the application is appealed, what happens then is we become adversaries with Lafarge, and that's not a good position to be in when you're trying to perhaps influence rehabilitation for the betterment of the community. And I'm not saying that Lafarge will appeal, and I'm not saying that it will be denied or approved, but you do always gain more with cooperation than confrontation. I had mentioned the gentleman, Glenn Harrington. He is, and actually he spoke, he's made presentations to our county council before, not this particular county council, but other county council positions. Some of you may remember him making the presentation. His specialty is using rehabilitation of gravel pits to better the environment. Sometimes rehabilitation can be used to enhance the environment, and that's what Glenn Harrington does. And that's what can be done if we spend a little bit of time and imagination in rehabilitation plans of aggregates. And from what I can see, Lafarge, not only in Brant County, but in other counties, have a pretty good record in rehabilitation to enhance the environment, understanding that you're not going to grow potatoes in a lake, but perhaps the lake can enhance the environment and benefit the community and the province and the country, I suppose, and the world through a betterment of the environment. So that's why I support the application. It's not that I have a disrespect for agricultural land, as I've said, but in this case, provincial policy, our own county policy tells us or tells me that we should support the application and work with Lafarge in making a end product, a rehabilitated site that enhances the environment. And that's my position.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Gatward. Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So just to be clear, that the application be denied. If we don't want the application to be denied, we vote no. And then if it passes as no, then we would pass a new motion saying that it be approved.
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear for all the new counselors. I know we've done this before, but it can be confusing. Thank you.
You think, Councillor Gatward, it could be confusing? Councillor House, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so my perspective on this application has changed. And I wanted to explain my position on it. It'll be a little shorter than Councillor Chambers, but simply, gravel pit companies are going to always be wanting to find gravel. And if they can't find gravel through this extension, they're going to have to find other spaces. And I touched on this earlier. They're gonna have to find other pieces of land where they can get gravel. And in this particular situation, it appears that the residents who live near this gravel pit are somewhat comfortable with it, or at least tolerable of it. That may not be the case in the next 2 or 3 locations if we send them looking for new sources of gravel. And I vividly remember some heated gravel pit discussions in the north part of Paris over the last 10 years. And if we have an opportunity to deliver gravel resources in a place that's not driving the neighboring residents crazy, then I support that application, which means I will vote against the denial.
Oh my God. All right. I just want my hand to go up at the right time. That's all I want. All right. Are there any other questions? Councillor Bell, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted against the motion last time, so I voted to deny. I will still vote to deny because Lafarge have not come forward with the answers to some fairly basic questions. They made a great point of saying how important aggregate resources are in Brant County. It doesn't say that they're important to Brant County. And they don't talk about the extent to which their pit will support Brant County in the next 10, 15 years. If they could do that, I'd feel much more comfortable. Equally, I'd feel much more comfortable if they could be more articulate and committed to the rehabilitation plan. I like what they sketched out. I just like to see more. And I would like to propose a motion to defer this to give Lafarge one more cycle to come forward with the details that are missing today that would allow me to vote on their behalf. And I'm looking for a seconder.
Seeking a seconder to defer. Seeing none, we'll continue the conversation. Councillor Miller, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I pointed out, I don't know how many times tonight that in that planning that this application is consistent with provincial policy. Well, of course it is, because municipalities tend to roll over for these applications. If we don't start and stand and say, we're not happy with the current process, why would it change? It'll never change. I don't think approving this application is cooperating with Lafarge. I think what it's doing is we're rolling over for Lafarge. Because once it's approved, or if it's approved, our leverage is gone. We have no leverage at that point. I would rather leave it in Jody's hands and see what we can do. St. Mary's is a good example. As far as gravel goes, yes, I mentioned this during my question. I understand where the gravel companies are coming from. They're trying to make a profit. They've got a business to run. I got that. I understand that. But they're not giving us enough. The costs are too high. We're like a third world country where a corporation comes in, develops their resources. Everybody in that country thinks it's a great thing, our resources are being developed. Meanwhile, none of the good jobs go to any of the locals. And when the resource is gone, the corporations leave the third world country and they leave a big mess behind, a big environmental mess. And there's plenty of documentaries out there about situations like that. And that's what's happening with us. We're practically giving away the gravel. They come, they take the gravel. It costs us per ton, including the farmers and anybody that lives to pays property taxes in the county. It costs us every single ton they extract costs us money to rebuild the roads, to rebuild the infrastructure. And then at the end of the day, like I say, we lose again when we've lost a very productive piece of farmland. I understand we need gravel. I got that. What I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to get some help to do is change the system. The system is broken and it's got to be fixed. How do you fix it? You certainly don't fix it by rolling over and saying, fine, do it, take it, it's great. It conforms with provincial policy. Fantastic. Like I say, provincial policy will never change unless we make a stand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wow, Councillor Miller. That was something.
I'm in favor of that, if you haven't guessed so.
Does anyone else have anything to say before I have a couple of things to say. First of all, I don't think we're a third world country, Councillor Miller. And I also think that if you want to change the system, you should wait till a new gravel pit tries to open, not one that has infrastructure and has a gate and has roads, and it has roads that have been built up to handle the trucks. And this is not an application, I don't think, to change the system. This is one to, I don't know. I voted against it last time, and I'm changing my vote too. I just want my hand up at the right time. That's all. I'm very nervous about that. So when I see Councillor Chambers and Councillor Howe's hand goes up, mine's going up too. So I'm not sure. But anyway, I think that if you're going to, I think it's good to change the world, and I think it's good to change policy, but not on one that's already established. And all the things that we would be speaking against by having a new gravel pit aren't the concerns of this application. They're established, they're there, it's working, they're responsible, they've contributed back to the community, the infrastructure's in place, the trucks, as I said, the roads are qualified for the trucks that are going on them now. This isn't the one to change the world or change the policy with, I don't think, Councillor Miller. That's just my opinion. I'm looking for the clerk to call the question clearly so that I know what I'm voting on.
So the motion on the table is to refuse the application. So if you say yes, we refuse the application, and it's a recorded vote.
I say yes, I refuse it. Okay.
Councillor Wheat.
No.
Councillor McAlpine.
No.
Councillor Ferrier.
Yes.
Councillor Howes.
No.
Councillor Bell.
Yes.
Councillor Pierce.
Yes.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Coleman.
No.
Councillor Gatward.
No.
Mayor Bailey.
No.
The motion is defeated, so we will need another motion to approve the application if that's the direction we're going.
Councillor Coleman and Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion that we approve the original application that was brought in front of planning whenever it was.
Is this also going to be recorded?
Yes.
I've actually got it printed here, Mayor Bailey.
All right. I think we're okay. Counselor Chambers, you're seconding that?
Yes, and I'd just like to make a brief comment.
Okay.
Just the fact that I understand that sometimes we don't agree with provincial policy, and there are ways to do that that are not costly and expensive. And I'm not going to pretend that I don't like to spend money, but making points through municipal board hearings or LPAT hearings that can be costly and expensive are not the way to make points when you want to change provincial policy. There are easier, less expensive, and better ways to do that. And delegations and resolutions to support what Councillor Miller was suggesting are the way to do that, not through expensive, costly, and perhaps unproductive municipal board hearings.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Do you want to respond to that, Councillor Miller, or leave it alone?
We'll leave that one alone for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. All right. Are there any other questions or comments before we call the vote? It's a recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment if I could. And there was a new motion put on the table. I was on mute and I was saying it in my head, I guess. I was going to call a point of order to Mr. Chambers there, Councillor Chambers, because that had nothing to do with the motion that's on the table. He was making a statement about something that Councillor Miller said, which has nothing to do with the motion that's on the table. And I wish I could have had my mute button off to call that point of order.
That's why I found it.
And I would have responded it is very much in order because it was speaking why you should support the recommendation rather than deny it and perhaps go into a costly, ineffective municipal board hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Because Councillor Chambers used Councillor Miller's name, that's why I felt it necessary to give Councillor Miller a chance to respond. So probably the same idea, Councillor Pierce, but I did it a different way. With that being said, Heather, if you'd like to again come up and tell us what we're voting on, and it's a recorded vote, please.
So this motion is to approve the application as per the staff recommendation from the planning committee. So it's worded as per the staff recommendation from that meeting. Councillor Wheat.
I've got the wording here, Heather, or if you want it read. If not, I'm voting yes.
I think we're okay, Councillor Wheat.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Councillor McAlpine.
Yes.
Councillor Laferriere.
Yes.
Councillor House.
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
No.
Councillor Pierce.
No.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Coleman.
Yes.
Councillor Gatward.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Wow. That was a lot. Okay, we're moving on now to 8.2, Policy Development and Strategic Direction Committee Report. Councillor McAlpine.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor House that the Policy Development and Strategic Direction Committee report of November 9th, 2021 be approved.
Any questions to Councillor McAlpine on his report? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you. 8.3 Administration and Operations Committee report of November the 16th. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gatward that the Administration and Operations Committee report of November 16th be approved, noting there are 9 recommendations.
Are there any questions for Councillor Pierce or his report? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Paramedic Services Committee, no recommendations. That's Councillor Laferriere,
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pierce that the Paramedic Services Committee with no recommendations, minutes only to be received as information of November 17th, 2021 be approved.
thank you. Are there any questions just to approve the report as information? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Staff reports, the first was Heather. Council calendar,
I have it.
thank you.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McAlpine, that the 2022 Council and Standing Committee schedule be approved as presented.
Are there any questions to Heather? Seeing none, looking for approval, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you. 9.2, new cost sharing agreements for the city of Brantford.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
we push this to the end of the agenda.
yes, we did, thank you. 9.3 is the purchase and replacement of a pumper in Paris. Is there any
Mr. Mayor, I
discussion?
Move it.
Yep, Councillor Coleman,
I'll move by myself, second by Councillor Wade, that the purchase, staff report RPT 21-320, purchase of replacement pumper apparatus be approved.
right, and it's part of the addendum.
Yeah.
Does everyone have the addendum in front of them and know what we're voting on and the cost? It's for the Paris, yeah, everybody knows that. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Communications? Are there any? No. Resolutions? I have one. This is a Lansdowne Children's Center redevelopment. Let me just get it in front of me here. It reads, whereas Lansdowne Children's Center, Lansdowne provides local specialized services for over 3,000 children and youth living with physical, communication, or developmental disabilities. And whereas growth of population and corresponding pediatric services has caused severe crowding of Lansdowne's main site, causing delays for 2,000 children and youth, including Brant County residents who are waiting for services. And whereas the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, the MCCSS, has acknowledged these pressures by the 2019 approval of the functional planning support to allow Lansdowne to submit an updated major capital business case for 2020. And whereas Lansdowne principal building cannot meet the future needs of the city of Brantford, the county of Brant, Norfolk County, and Haldeman County, the Six Nations, and the Grand River of the Mississaugas of the New Credit Nations. And whereas Lansdowne has undertaken lengthy and considerable work pursuing alternative premises and adding services sites to prevent families from facing delays, accessing critical service, but the longer it must wait for the commitment of major capital approval, the longer children wait. And whereas the strong community support for Lansdowne operating in the appropriate size premises. Therefore, be it resolved, the county requests that the government of Ontario immediately grant stage 1 planning approval for Lansdowne to proceed with plans for these new premises, including the necessary funding to enable it to move forward with the critical infrastructure. Everyone understands what Lansdowne is, what it does, how well it does it. Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in total favor of this. My question is the fact, is the city doing the same recommendation?
I would imagine they would be. I don't know that they are, but I can't imagine that they wouldn't be.
Okay, I would put in there that we reach out to ensure that they are.
Okay, we can add that to it. Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you maybe clear some things up for me? Because I think it was 3 years ago, I was at the Lansdowne Children's Center and going over the architect's drawings for the new build. And my understanding was they had a site. Obviously, they got an architect involved. Were they premature on that? In not having provincial funding, or what? Or was something pulled out from under? I'm just wondering where they are in the process. That's all.
As
far as I can start, yeah, as far as I knew 3 years ago, it seemed like things were going to go ahead. So
Yes, I was at that same presentation. I saw the renderings too. I thought they were further along than they were. I'm not sure what got pulled out from under them. I know that at one point they were going to build on their present site, which is property that's owned by Brantwood, and Brantwood decided they needed to keep it. Then I hear they were going somewhere else at the corner there by the old Calbex, and that didn't work out for them. So I think they have gone a little bit backwards. Maybe it's the funding from the province. Obviously, if they're looking for this tonight, the resolution, then probably the funding is what stopped them. But I do know that they want to move fast, and they need the province to comply. So.
And I do know at one point we were thinking of maybe looking for a site in the county. So anyways, if that comes, I guess if it comes forward again, a request, we'll certainly deal with it then. But I'll definitely support the motion.
Okay, Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I attended the Lansdowne presentations, and it was my understanding from that day that they were going to build this at the rehabilitated Mohawk Street site. Is that changed, or is that still the site?
I think that's what we all thought. So whether it's changed or not, or slowed down or something, I think once they get the funding, it'll either be there. If not, they've chosen something else. But I understood that's where it was to be too, Councillor Gatward. And I know they were very excited about the prospect of it being there when we went to the presentation. Any other questions? Call the vote to support the resolution. Thank you. And we'll just add to that, please, Heather, the piece that we're just assuming that they've gone to the city for the same sort of ask.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any new business or other business? Councillor Wheat?
Yes, I'd like to add, this might be the last council meeting for our clerk, Heather Boyd. And I'd like to thank Heather for her contribution, and I'm sure the rest of council around the table and you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate everything Heather has done for us, and wish her all the best in her new endeavors with the County of Brant, because she's not leaving us, but this is the last official council meeting. So thank you, Heather. And would somebody second me that thank you? Councillor House has got his hand up to thank you.
All those in favor to thank Heather?
Oh, was that a recorded vote?
It can, I saw you, Steve, don't worry.
And
I have one other item, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor Wheat.
The passing of former Paris Mayor today of Jack Baca.
Oh, no.
Should be acknowledged. So he was the mayor of Paris for quite some time, and Mr. Baca has passed away, and I think the county should somehow or other, I'll leave it with you, Mr. Mayor, recognize the passing of former town of Paris Mayor Jack Baca.
Oh, that's terrible news, and I hadn't heard it.
I'm sorry to bring you terrible news, Mr. Mayor. You know I like to make you happy rather than sad.
Oh, you're a dandy, Councillor Wheat. But that is bad news. Jack Baca was a wonderful man, a wonderful mayor, and we will do something to recognize him. That's for sure. And back to Heather Boyd. Before the council meeting today, we did talk to Heather Boyd, or I talked to Heather Boyd, and she promised me that she would never be too far away for me. So, and I'm going to hold her to that. So thank you, Heather, for letting me know that you're always going to be in the dark there. So if I ever need you, you'll just be a blank screen away. Thank you. I need Councillor Miller to take us in camera.
Yes, of course, Mr. Mayor. And this is moved by myself, second by moved by myself, second by Councillor Chambers. The council convene in camera.
Thank you. All those in favor? We're going in camera. Are we all back? One, two, three. No. Waiting on Councillor Miller? Or,
Looks like his video is just off. He does have a tile.
okay. Okay, so we're back. We're back out of camera. So we have to ratify the decisions that we made in camera. So we're going to do, Councillor Howes, you're going to bring that forward?
All three of them or just the,
Well, I've got I have the paramedic one first.
oh yeah, sorry.
Do I
Yep,
need to bring?
yep. No, you're right. I've got open session ratification. So 13 moved by myself and seconded by Councillor LaFerrier that the Paramedic Services Committee in-camera confidential report of November 17th, 2021 be approved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Okay. The other one, I don't have it listed here.
Mayor Bailey, now we'll have staff report 9.2.
Staff report.
That would be me.
Councillor McAlpine?
Yeah. So moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Coleman that staff report RPT 21-318 be approved.
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Is that the cost sharing?
That's the cost sharing,
Yes.
yeah.
Can we please separate out item number 2, please, so I can disappear for that for a few minutes, as I'll declare a conflict of interest.
Okay. Councillor Miller's separating to Councillor Bell?
If that's the case, can I separate out number 1?
Okay. Okay, so we only have 2, don't we?
4.
There's 4 all total.
Yeah, I don't have
Councillor
that.
Gatward wants a recorded vote.
I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
So if you pull up 9.2, and then it's at the top of the recommendation.
Okay. I don't have the, oh, I see. Okay, so we're gonna do 1 and 3, is that right? 1 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4 we're voting on
1,
now?
3, and 4. Oh, yeah.
I don't need a recorded vote on 3 and 4. Just on number 1.
Just on number 1. So
Which is
3
so-
and 4 can get voted on together and it's not recorded. Okay, all those in favor for 3 and 4? Opposed and carried. Okay, let's talk about number 4 first.
Number,
We've only got 1 and 2 left.
May I suggest we do number 2 so Councillor Miller can go away for a minute?
I don't, okay, let's do number 2 so Councillor Miller can go away for a minute. I'm completely.
This is on John Noble Home. It's
Yeah.
just he can't vote on it.
Yep, that's right. He's gone. All those in favor? Number 2? All right. Councillor Miller can come back. And number 1, Councillor Gatward, you want a recorded vote?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, if it's Councillor Bell,
yeah, I'd like to speak to it if I may.
okay. Councillor Bell, do you want to speak to it now?
Yes, happy to do that. So I want to record my dissent to this part of the cost sharing agreement package. So it's specifically the social services cost sharing agreement. For the benefit of our listeners and residents, they need to know that the city are making the case that we've been underpaying for many years. To my mind, there is no solid evidence of that. And the city now want us to pay double what we pay now. So that's an extra $2 million per year, or in total $6 million over the phased in 4-year period of the agreement. And other than changes in government, which I do support, there is no tangible increase in services or quality of service. I can't support spending $6 billion of taxpayers' money without some tangible return or proof that we have been underpaying in the past. That is the reason why I'm not supporting this part of the cost-sharing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Heather, do you want to call the vote, please, on number 1?
Absolutely. I will start with Councillor Gatward.
No.
Councillor Coleman,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Chambers,
Yes.
Councillor Pierce,
No.
Councillor Bell,
No.
Councillor House,
Yes.
Councillor Laferriere,
Yes.
Councillor McAlpine,
Yes.
and Councillor Wheat.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
You didn't ask me,
Sorry,
Heather.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes,
Okay, motion's carried.
thank you.
3 assholes.
Check your mic, Councillor Coleman.
I did.
Okay, we heard you.
Point of order, just can we get a brief apology for the language from Councillor Coleman?
Councillor Coleman, do you want to apologize for your language?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Apologize for my language.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Could Councillor Coleman repeat it? I didn't hear it.
You were sleeping, Councillor Wheat.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, sorry, it looked like you were, sorry.
I was feeling sorry for you because they didn't ask you to vote and you wanted to vote yes.
This has been quite a meeting. We're going to go to bylaws now, number 14. And I believe Councillor Bell has those.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that bylaws 122-21 to 134-21 be now read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Second reading, please, Councillor Bell.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that bylaws 122-21 to 134-21 be now read a second time and all clauses and preambles be adopted.
Are there any questions to the second reading of the bylaws? Seeing none, all those in favor? Councillor Bell, if you could do the third reading, please.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that bylaws 122-21 to 134-21 be now read a third time, passed, signed and executed.
Thank you. All those in favor of the third reading? Opposed? Carried. Number 15 is the next meeting, which is going to be November the 30th. Is there anything else for the betterment of the County of Brant? I can't imagine it. No, seeing none, looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Miller, we stand adjourned.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks all.